Really a hive of activity this morning. Lots of birds, lots of different plains game around as well. Nice black-faced impala there too. So we really are making quite a good start to the morning. 4 species already. Lots of sandgrouse around today, so it's such a cool little sound that they do make. You can see them flitting in and out of the screen right now as well, so very cool to hear them. Always nice to hear something different as well. Morning, Gwen. And I would have to say here it's probably about 6. I mean, we do have 4 now, and if I include others that are always around, gemsbok and obviously elephant at the time as well, I would say around 6 species. But nonetheless, a great start with 4. We can't ask for anything better than that. And really just cool to spend some time with the springbok that are around for the moment. Everyone does kind of seem quite relaxed at the moment as well, so that's also a good indicator for us for now. And I'm just going to zoom out because I don't want to miss anything else that might be coming through. Obviously it is fun to spend time with the springbok, and we will come back if there is no one else around, but let's just also see who might be approaching and maybe how far off they will be off the water at least. We do have our gemsbok as well, so I suppose that is 5 species now in one shot. Just trying to come down again. And they really are such iconic antelope, this gemsbok. Really cool to get a glimpse this early in the morning. Morning, Sarah. And you will see them here wading in, not necessarily swimming, in areas where the water is high and they do have to cross river courses or channels. There are antelope that will swim those things. More often or not, the more aquatic adapted antelope, so waterbuck, puku, lechwe, setatunga as well. So it's generally those that you would see in the water, or perhaps even swimming as well. And it's not uncommon for some of them to get chased in and actually use water or dams to their advantage. And in particular, kudu do that every now and then. But it really does depend on the area and where the river courses or the courses or waterways are high, and they have to do that. I hope that does answer your question, Sarah, but we should hopefully see this gemsbok come in quite deep. It's not the deepest of dams anyway, but it will wade in, and so do the springbok as well. So it's always fun to see that. see our grebes as well, also here. So good to see them again. Been a few days for me. There always seems to be quite a lot going on here. So like with all dams, it does ebb and flow, but at the moment we are definitely a hive of activity.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that.
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. Wild Earth, it's in your
So you can see this Gemsbok has ventured in quite deep already. It's always quite fascinating watching them get into almost the middle of the dam, and I suppose just taking the opportunity to obviously enjoy a drink, but also to possibly cool down, and use the water to cool down too. Although it's not that hot just yet, it's always quite cool watching these Gemsbok get this deep. Morning, Benny. So they will use those horns for self-defense, as well as they do use them as well when they are fighting for dominance or mating rights as well. So for defense and also for displays of dominance, who is the strongest male and who has the access to then breeding rights. this gemsbok seems to be pretty unperturbed about anything else that might be going on around it. Really just enjoying its time in the dam. So quite a pleasant start here at least. And we are keeping our ears pretty open to anything else that might be going on. Can obviously hear the odd canoe as well in the background. So it has been really quite an action-packed full morning here in Okukuyo, and great to spend some time with the gemsbok like this. Really the star of the show right now. However, it is also time for us to shoot across to Djuma and have a look and see what is going on there. So we are obviously in a very different part of the world right now, and it really does look so different and contrasting. But we are here with some elephant, and this was fantastic to start a day with ellies, but they are moving off a little bit. Still good for us to be able to have this sighting anyway, although it is quite windy. But really just noting the contrast from Djuma here in the Lowveld to Okukuyo, really quite something. It does look like they are kind of slipping away into the drainage line, but we will keep an eye on them for as long as possible. Just make sure we don't miss out on any elephant action, because it's always fun when we get to spend time with our elephants. Always cool just to enjoy a quiet moment with the elephant, although this is quite fleeting for now. I'm sure we will see elephants across the different locations throughout the day. But good to know that they are around. Morning, Faith. And one of the first things I ever saw was actually up in Ngala, but many, many years ago. I must have been around 4 at the time. And it was an Ellie funeral. There was a very young calf that had passed away. And all of The other elephants, the matriarchs and the rest, were kind of dust bathing this little carcass that was there, and they were also protecting that carcass from two lionesses that were trying to steal a bite, and was rather quite emotional, I suppose, at the time, but also just fascinating to watch and observe that behavior at such a young age. It really was something special at the time. Also, just to note how sentient elephants are. So it was a lesson that I learned very young and really quite fascinating to see. So it does look like these ellies have decided to leave us. I don't think we're going to get that good a visual anymore right now, but we will just have a scan around and just see who else might be in Djuma. And we can always have a look somewhere else afterwards too, but you can quite clearly see it is pretty overcast. You can hear our Egyptian geese as well, so we'll keep an eye out for them too. Looks like some impala over here in the bush. Yep, indeed. So we are just going to pan around here quickly and just see if anyone else hasn't decided to sneak through. Oh, and some baboon as well, so that's also nice to see. Does look like a little girl. Always cool to watch baboon foraging like this, probably looking for the odd insect. Maybe some flowers. So it does look like this baboon is just foraging right now and probably going for some roots, it seems like. Maybe the odd grub. Perhaps a millipede or something else that could be around. So nice just to see them foraging. Interesting that it's just the one here at the moment. Interesting to see if there are any others around. I do assume that that is the case. Watching this behavior is also quite fascinating too. And you will be able to hear the other baboons around now. That little chitter-chatter or chirping going on. And it does look like this is a tuber that this baboon is after. Right, and some of the roots. MJ, so it really is quite fascinating because obviously of the troop network that is obviously controlled by oligarchs. So it's an oligarchy that is formed where there are a bunch of dominant males. Obviously one dominant male within the troop, but there are others that are almost like his council, and they are always on the look, other youngsters as well. So they do post sentries, and the very small babies cling to their mothers. So when they do get a bit older, they are on the mother's backs, but normally underneath, and they hold on quite tightly. And you will notice that also just because younger baboons are almost black in color with the pink faces, little pink hands and feet as well. And then they do get this brown kind of gray color after that. So it's generally because of that troop network. They are protected then obviously through the sentries. And obviously they do climb trees and that to get away. But baboons will mob predators, so such as leopard, maybe even hyena in certain areas. I'm pretty sure they would try and avoid lions if possible. Maybe young sub-adults, they would maybe try and mob those too. It looks like a baboon is playing with the camera right now as well. So quite a fascinating troop dynamic that does go on, and that allows for quite a bit of protection then that does happen. They also obviously roost or nest at night, so they're diurnal, and they are awake during the course of the day, and at night they are up in their trees or on different koppies and that where they would nest or roost. Clearly there's a good source of food here for this baboon. You can obviously just see it foraging along with this impala, I think, coming through. Yes, impala coming through as well. But really quite fascinating to watch baboon forage, taking the opportunity to get that high calorific source of food for themselves, so that being the tubers and that as well. I'm sure quite a few minerals and vitamins there for them too. They are omnivorous. They will take little insects, bugs, even young impala calves at times as well. Obviously they like fruit too. It is always fascinating watching baboons when they are out and about, and this is quite a cool sighting anyway. So I'm also just going to zoom out a little bit, make sure we know who else is around. Can come back to that baboon just now as well. Lots of crested barbets off in the background calling. Obviously the Birchall starling and the Egyptian geese we've heard going as well. We've got some vervet monkeys, so this is awesome to see right now as well, because I don't normally get to see vervet monkeys, at least on the dam cams. So definitely a new mammal species for me on dam cam is the vervet monkeys. Really cool to see, and nice to be able to add a new species too. So great to also see two different primates as well this morning. And really had a lot going on. You can see them standing up like that, kind of keeping an eye out for what is going on, posting little sentries for themselves while they all forage. Definitely sounds like one of those baboons is here on the camera as well. I don't think it's vervet. I do think it's a baboon that's with us. But really cool to watch vervets go through and forage as well. And nice to also see the difference in size between baboons and vervets. Hi Viola, so I'm assuming you are meaning vervet monkeys as opposed to baboons. I can give you figures on both. So baboons can get up to about 100 individuals. So it's roughly around 100. It does depend on the areas as well and what food resources are around for them as well. And much the same like with the vervet monkeys too, they also do then rely on that. But very cool to be able to see the baboon and the vervet right now. And vervets can get up to around 50 individuals. So baboons a little bit more. This is quite a big vervet monkey troop right here. Up to about 50. But it also does depend on the area. But quite nice to see. Quite a big troop. It definitely seemed like around 20 individuals or so of the vervet monkeys. But the baboons here again too. And I'm just making sure we haven't missed anyone else around here. Also just want to check that wallet out because quite often or not we do have some activity there as well. The elephants do like it and so do the warthog. It doesn't look like much is going on at the moment. So let us see if we can find our baboon and those vervets again. They did kind of mission off here, and they might pop down into that drainage line. I do like some of the thicker vegetation. I just want to keep an eye out here because this is the direction that they did head. But if they have popped down, it might be quite tough for us to find them. So just making sure that if I do notice any movement, which I can see there, there's one of them. But I do think they are going to head off quite soon, and we won't get to see them again. But definitely one there through the bush. So we'll just come back and see if we can't find those impala. And we'll spend some time with them. Looks like everything's kind of giving us the slip here at the moment. Let's just keep track though. There's some of the impala. It does sound like there still are baboon quite close to us. And let's just have a look here. I think that was a miner. So it does look like we have had our fix of activity, at least for now. I'm sure there will always be something coming through in that, but it's also time for us to go and have a look and see who has decided to come and join us in Kikuyu. So really great to have the zebra and the kudu here with us right now. And like with all of the waterholes, it does ebb and flow. So fantastic for us to get another species, with that being the kudu. You don't generally hang around for too long, but nice little herd here are looking like they are going to push off. But we can also spend some time with the zebra and the springbok that are around. So you can just hear those European bee eaters, but also just nice to enjoy a quiet moment with the zebra, the gemsbok, and the springbok that are with us right now. Hi Jerry, yes, they definitely do. It's always important when you are at water and you are vulnerable like this to keep an eye out for predators. So that's also why strength in numbers does help too. Lots of other antelope or other herbivores around, obviously also giving many eyeballs to solve those problems. Very alert when they are at the water, and for exactly that reason too. So always cool to be able to steal a quiet moment. And sometimes sitting at waterholes is exactly that, stealing those quiet moments and waiting for everything to come through. It's always fascinating how a moment or two of silence can lead to some awesome sightings. So always cool watching the wildebeest filter through like this. The numbers have just been expanding. It's almost like a steady procession of them coming through at the moment. So really, it's great to appreciate the numbers build like this. And again, also just watching her springbok get quite deep into the water too. Morning, Jamie, and I do think it's around about 1.5 meters odd in depth. That would obviously be at the deepest point. I do think where this little springbok is right now, it's not that deep, but as the gemsbok do go in and venture in deeper throughout, I think between at least 1.2 and 1.5 meters, probably at its deepest part in the middle or center. Great to hear that emerald spotted wood dove as well. And it does look like slowly the numbers of wildebeest are starting to dwindle. They are going to, I think, be making their way off. But we do have lots of springbok around at the moment. And I'm going to zoom out because we are quite close in. We might miss someone that is on the other side. Really is quite a weird sight seeing these springbok get so deep into the water here. But very cool. So really, what a good start to today, and we really have been very busy throughout. Please also do remember, it is a live and immersive experience, and it's also your journey and safari into the African wilderness. So please do send through any of your questions, your comments, points of interest, funny moments, things that you might have noticed while we're on cam. We love to answer those questions, and we love to interact with you as well. So please do send those through. Really quite special watching the wildebeest now move off, but these springbok enjoying their time in the middle of the dam, really. It seems something has spooked everyone. Cicadas off in the background here as well, and you can also just see the tree line, how much greener the tree line has got. Quite cool noticing the change of season. And really lots still going on. Another great approach by this wildebeest bull that is coming through. Maybe one or two others coming in, but very, very relaxing start to the morning. I do think we're going to get some zebra down here now as well. So again, we'll just watch. It looks like some gemsbok fighting there in the background too. Everyone seems to be running off. So it looks like what might have maybe spooked them clearly hasn't. And everyone is still hanging around, quenching their thirst. Quite a bit of action going on today with all the herbivores. Some wildebeest chasing each other around up there. We did have the oryx as well. Some of the zebra doing that too, and the odd little bit argy-bargy with the springboks too. So just something interesting to note. Clearly these are quite thirsty zebra. But it's always cool having the amount of zebra that we do get across here. Lovely to see big herds like this as well. They will take sometimes up to around 4 liters of water in a sitting. So that's roughly double the amount a normal human being would drink in a day. So just as an indication as to how much zebra can drink. It can also move very far distances. So there are actually 2 migrations of them within Botswana. So further east of where we are right now, and they can travel very far looking for fresh grazing and also drinking as well. So when needed, they can move quite considerable distances. So they are taking roughly 4 liters really at a time to drink. They generally in a day can take up to around 14 to sometimes even 21 liters of water a day, which is a fair amount if you consider. But that does mean more than one trip to a water source, or moving from water source to water source. You are so correct, Cindy. It is fantastic to sit at busy waterholes. They do ebb and flow though, so the numbers increase and then drop off and then again increase. So it kind of is like a little cycle. I mean, we can't expect waterholes to be busy the entire time. However, it is nice when it is really busy. Been interesting is the amount of springbok that have been around the entire day. Everyone else kind of comes in drips and drab, but the springbok have been here pretty much since we started. also increasing and decreasing with the amount of them, but there's always been one at least that has been around. So quite fascinating just sitting here and appreciating what is going on around us, and also the sounds, the different birds that are around too, and also stealing a moment with all of these wonderful animals that have been around so far this morning. Hi Taylor, I suppose it really does depend on the areas where we are, because there are certain waterholes with different wildlife that do come through. I do love seeing the black rhino here though, for example. Any of the predators, the baboons, elephants, vervet monkeys were also very cool today. These gemsbok are also very pretty. Some of the giraffe from here, the Angolan giraffe. So I suppose a fair number of them I do thoroughly enjoy. I would actually say I enjoy all of them, but some of my favorites are the ones that I just mentioned. It's also amazing as the morning kind of wears on, the different audio we have heard throughout. So all the sandgrasses to start, now the crows peeking, wood doves, bee eaters. So a fair amount, very busy. And obviously with all these different, all the different migratory birds starting to come through in the different areas. Obviously our audio and what we do here has obviously increased and should hopefully increase quite a bit as well. So just fascinating to take some time just to listen to those things, those different sounds, and appreciate a change of season. Hi, Mike loves nature, and they wouldn't necessarily know, however, there isn't a crocodile here. It's a bit too dry for crocodiles where we are right now. And clearly, because nothing has been taken or predated on by any crocodiles within this, they feel quite relaxed, and that is why we do see both the gemsbok, the springbok, some of the zebra when they are around to move in far deeper into the dam. So, because nothing has been predated on here from the water, they would know that there isn't anything around. And that obviously allows them a bit more confidence. It does change though in areas where there are crocodile present, because the antelope and the herbivores, they all know that there is that crocodile there, because they would have seen or been there when something has been taken. So way warier when they are at a water source with crocodiles around.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw Maribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
Absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this.
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth.
So it really is quite special to be able to spent some time with the kudu that are here, but we haven't been across to Mashatu yet this morning. And it's also probably time for us to see what is going on there. And again, some different scenery to look at as well. So we're going to shoot across there. It's been great so far here, and I'm sure the action will continue throughout the course of the day. So we will be back, but time to see what's going on in Mashatu. Here we are in the land of the giants. Quite clearly, some giants that have decided to come through. And again, such different scenery and things going on. You can see quite a few elephant in the distance, as well as we can hear the ever-present Quelea. Very loud chorus that is in the background right now. But great to watch these ellies. There's some Quelea now. And just see the dynamics around the waterhole with them too. Lovely scenes. Always cool watching the calves come through as well. They always seem to be a little bit more exuberant than the older ones. Possibly because there's quite a bit of playing that does get done in the waterholes at least. You can definitely see a lot of elephant action further off in the thickets there. Of grey shapes walking through. Swarms of Quelea around at the moment. Really quite fascinating to see and hear them as well. There's lots going on. Those little wings come through. There you go. You can kind of hear it's almost like wind, a rattle that goes through, and that's just the little wings, all the little wings of the Quelea. Hi, Lerato. Only things that I think they would fail to intimidate are probably other elephants. They very much do hold sway and hierarchy at waterholes, and everything does push off when elephants are present. It does look like these guys are slowly pushing back off. There's a warthog in the distance. And I'm going to come across here to where the borehole or the spring is, because I do think there'll be a number of other elephant this side. And as usual, quite a few warthog too. It's always amazing the different, or the contrast we have between the different water holes and what goes on, and at the different times of the day where there is lots of action going on. For example, right now we've had so many quelea around, and just a never-ending kind of chorus of them. I do think that's also got to do with the weather as well, because it does die off at some point, but really so different to where we've been in the other areas. So it is rather peaceful at the moment. These ellies are taking it quite easy. And I'm yet to see the crocodile this side. Well, it's been quite some time. I did think I got a glimpse of it the other day, but it wasn't the case at least, or I didn't see anything else after that. So we are still waiting to confirm if it is around, although it's very possible that the croc does sneak around when we aren't paying attention or on the feed. But what is quite cool is that obviously that is African Nile crocodile, and there are other species of crocodile in Africa too, being the dwarf, and that you find up towards the Congo, central to West Africa. So we get the Nile crocodile, and there is another species of freshwater crocodile as well. So 2 species of crocodile in Africa. Has been a few days, so I'm interested also to see whether the Egyptian goose and their last gosling is still around. Time for us just to see on the other side of the dam again, because there were quite a few elephants that side and they were mulling around a little bit deeper off in the bush, just to keep a tab on who might be approaching as well. These ellies are really just enjoying here in particular where the spring comes out. quite placid early interactions today. Nothing really wild going on just yet. It can change though at any course of the day. Nice to see that warthog as well wallowing there too. And that also does make us does take us to 10 species already. So we just need 2 more and we have hit our general mean for a day. We normally have around 12 species of animals or mammals that we see throughout the course of the day. You can see more ellies in the background. You can just make the shapes moving around. Do just want to have another scan around. It's quite interesting seeing how spread out the elephant are today when they have been around. Sometimes they generally just congregate at that little spring. However, they've been pretty happy to mull about and spread themselves out. Hi, Victor. That is a very interesting question because it does take a fair amount of time to be able to learn 10,000 muscles, because in a trunk there are around 10,000 muscles. So from around the age of 2 or so, they generally have then started to pick up quite a few of those refined motor skills that are in the trunks. Obviously, as they learn and in the different areas that we do find the elephant, they can pick up on certain skills far quicker. You do start to see them from around 2 using their trunks pretty adeptly. So just going back to Victor's question about when ellies do start to use their trunks, so they'll start to use them obviously from around maybe 6 months or so, but when they are really, really good and adapted using them and picking up a lot of those fine motor skills as we were talking about, you generally start to see them being far more active with their trunks from around 2 years or so. And that's just because they also have quite a bit to learn. So you do start to see them drinking from around 6 to 8 months. And obviously then starting to figure out the other things that that trunk can do. So whether it's pulling up shoots and being able to kick off those roots, the rest, quite a bit that an elephant will have to learn as well throughout the course of its life. And other than mammals, elephants do spend the longest amount of times with their mothers or with those mothers before reaching maturity. And that can be between 15, sometimes even up to 20 years, depending on the area or depending on the size of the herds that are around. Even the size of the area that they are in terms of that habitat. So between 15 and 20 years before they truly mature. You can see that elephant chasing the warthogs away. It seems like this elephant succeeded in pushing those warthog away, and I do think we'll probably get those warthog coming back in now. You can just kind of make out the shapes under the tree there, so I'm sure once this ellie has moved on, they'll be back in the wallow. There are a few more elephants coming through and in the background, so we'll just watch them as they come through, because it won't take for them too long to get to the water's edge at least. So I'm just going to keep our focus here for now. A couple of impala in the background there, and the warthog making their way slowly back to the wallow. But I do think we're going to start to see some of those other elephants that are just a little bit further off in the thickets coming through as well. So you will just be able to notice quite big grey shapes to the right hand side of us, and those are those other elephants that I was talking about. But the warthog is back, and these impala obviously are also allowed a drink at the moment without the elephant action. Hi Candy, I do just need to get your question again. Do the animals come to the same waterhole every year? So yes, Candy, they'll come to the same waterholes even on a daily basis, depending on where they are and the areas they've had to move from, so where the food is for them. So while they are alive, they will definitely be coming through to these different waterholes, this waterhole in particular as well. So will also just depend on what resource is around. If there is obviously a drop in the vegetation that is available for them, they might have to move a bit further, but they will frequent the waterholes because water is a lifeblood, and when there's a fresh water source, you do make sure to frequent them. So we'll just come back and just see if we can't get these ellies approaching us. It's amazing that Quelea have also kind of died out for a little bit, or died down in terms of their sound. I don't want to jinx us because that could change again. Lots going on with the geese right now too. Lots of warthog also milling about, and I can still make out those elephants. So it'll be interesting to see how long they might take to come through. But there've been good elephant numbers around here already throughout the course of the morning. And I'm sure that is going to be a theme. So these warthogs should probably come and wallow just off to the left of us. Probably a sip of water first, and then a wallow. So it almost is like the quiet before the storm now, because when those elephants do come back, I'm sure they will also throw their weight around, push these warthog off, perhaps be a little noisy, who knows. But great to just watch these warthog and spend some time with them around here as well, because when the elephant are around, they do get pushed off. I'm running away now at the moment too, so good just to have a little scan around. Hi Dale, and there are a few that do enjoy wallowing. So warthog, obviously, both black and white rhino, buffalo as well, and elephant, the species that most enjoy wallowing. At least here in these areas where we're at right now. So up into the rainforest and that, you do get giant forest hogs and forest buffalo and obviously forest elephant, and they also enjoy wallowing. Bongo as well. Waterbuck are also known to go into water and to sit, as well as lechwe and puku, but we don't get those here in this area. Waterbuck, yes, but not the lechwe or the puku. it's always fascinating watching these warthog as they cruise around. They are always quite busy and always aware of what is going on. And I am waiting for them to kind of get to more of a wallowy side, because then we can actually just zoom in and appreciate exactly what is going on. Although the controls did go a bit haywire there. I'm not too sure what happened. I will come out. I'm just waiting for those warthog, as I said.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
It almost looks like a Quelea kaleidoscope at the moment, just with all that movement and the change of pattern that does happen with them. And they do swarm in and out, so really fantastic to see this. And how quickly they move. Quite fascinating. So it's been really an action-packed filled morning so far, but it is also time for us to head across to Andrew in Namakala and say good morning.
Good morning everybody. I hope you are all well today and excited to be here in the Eastern Cape. We are live here in Amakhala Game Reserve, and it's turned out to be actually quite a nice morning this morning. A little bit of rain earlier on, but that rain has now moved off, and it seems like it's going to be a nice sunny day. By the way, my name is Andrew. I'm going to take you on safari this morning, and then I do have Morgan with me on camera over there, and we're hoping, to see what is out and about on the game reserve. I know a lot of the safari guides were out this morning, so we'll just follow up with them and see what they had this morning, and try and follow up on those sightings. And we had a blessbuck around here, but it seems like it's just disappeared now. You got him there? Okay. Gone behind the bush. Playing games with us this morning. It's actually quite a nice area for blessbuck. Nice short open grassland. That's typical area for blessbuck. We had yellow mongoose a few days ago running around here. Okay, there's the blessbuck right on top of the hill there. And just walking gently through that open area. Fred, morning. Thank you for that welcome. That's awesome. Yeah, no, it's Amakala's. We're hoping that today is going to be filled with different things to see out here. And we've just started. Literally 2 minutes from where we started, we came through here and saw a blessbuck. So I think it's definitely going to be a good start to the morning. We've got quite a bit of time to play with, so I'm sure we'll see some cool things today. And they're just popping out again. We're actually off of a road called Ngoni Road, which means lion in the Xhosa language. And there is a waterhole further up there. It's a little bit dry from when I saw it last, but with the bit of drizzle rain we had this morning, maybe there's a few puddles. And I think that blessbuck is just aiming for that water at the moment. They say it's going to be about 20 degrees Celsius today, so much cooler from the rest of the days. Especially the day before yesterday being 30 something degrees. And I do believe in the upcoming days we've got a 36-degree day coming up. So yeah, got to mentally prepare ourselves for that, and there's going to be quite a bit of humidity. Nancy, hello to you. The most abundant antelope species on Amakala, I would have to say it's probably red hartebeest. They're quite plentiful out here. And then the second one, I would probably have to say it's either going to be impala or possibly even, let me just give that a think. Second, what would be the second most abundant antelope out here? So definitely red hartebeest being the first. Yeah, second would have to be impala. They are quite common out here, especially in certain areas. And then on Carnarvondale, which is another area of the game reserve, if you're lucky, there's springbuck to be found out there. Not too many out there, but they are out there. But the antelope that we see the least out here is by far going to be probably common duiker, blue duiker, which I've never seen. I've never seen the blue duiker, yeah? There's a few bushbuck that I've seen in the past. And there's also small pockets of black wildebeest out here. Yeah, I think there's about 15 different species of antelope found on Amakala, so it's very abundant with different species of antelope. And I believe Ralph, when he was here in Amakhala, he managed to find some common reedbuck, which is in the northerns. We call it the Northern Territory, far northern part of the reserve. Just scanning here with binoculars just to see if there's any movements out here. Just grab them out my bag. And every now and then, when we're very lucky, the Cape buffalo do come to this far northwestern part of the reserve, more or less where we are now. But I think the grass is a bit dry here at the moment. Need a bit more rain just to green things up a bit for them. Okay, we're going to push on a bit more and see what else we can find. In the meanwhile, I think let's head off to Alex at Ukukuyo.
And happy hunting down in Amakhala, because I'm sure there is some very interesting things to find. There always is something interesting to find out in the bush as well. Anyway, so we are back in Okukuyo, and we do have a decent number of springbok, zebra and gemsbok with us at the moment. You can hear some of those Cape crows, also the pied crows are on too. So really completely different scenes, but rather enjoyable as well. We've had lots of springbok throughout the day, quite a few gemsbok too, as well as our very big populations of zebra that do come through yet as well. So very nice to see. I do just want to zoom out and make sure that we don't miss anyone else that does come through, or maybe starts to congregate up a little bit. And then again, watch that approach when that is the case. We sometimes do get very cool birds of prey as well. We have had vultures and tawny eagles in the past. Also had those black-headed herons as well. So always good to just keep an eye out on who is around and what is going on. But the game does filter through from all directions here, so it's good sometimes just to zoom out a little bit. Appreciate the vast numbers that are here and the open space too, but then also get that approach. So nice black-faced impala there. Quite a busy scene. Quite a few of these black-faced impala are on at the moment, and then do get one almost more stationary. I will try and get us a better look as well. Nice to spend time with the different animals that do frequent us. So I think I do have a rather stationary black-faced impala there, and I'm going to zoom in. And hopefully we do get a good look. Cool. Can also just see those Cape crows there on the right-hand side of the springbok and black-faced impala. Quite a relaxed scene. Does seem that everything's pretty chilled this morning here, or this Monday as well. So a good start to the week across the board, really. I think nice to start a week off relaxed. So really cool noting that black-faced impala, obviously that little black line that runs almost down its nose. It does sound like we've got quite a few other friends around. I'm sure lots of the springbok, but possibly some more zebra. So we will zoom out and then obviously join in on the fray, on the party, if you want to call it that. Gemsbok walking through. quite cool just to see that little calf, I think. Following the Gemsbok mom. I haven't really seen any calves around of late, so very cool to see this. I'm going to try and get us a better view. A young little Gemsbok calf, and that is fantastic to see. Really, really cool. Clearly thirsty. And mom got quite an interesting shape to her horns as well. So very cool sights here and scenes with this very young Gemsbok calf trying to steal a drink while its mom's in the water. Really, really cool. But while I just hang around here, we are going to send you across to Nick in Gericha with some very different scenes.
Good morning from the land of the rains, also known as Gericha. We've been having some awesome rain this morning, little sprinkle here and there, little downpour here and there. Very, very nice. Just to introduce myself, I'm Nick. I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. And now that the rains have ceased for us, hopefully until the end of the day, we can get you guys to see what's happening out and about on the reserve. Animals have started to feed once again. Everybody was kind of bedded down. It was actually it's quite nice to see them coming into the open now. Everybody was kind of taking refuge, taking shelter wherever they could, under some of the boerbean trees. You can see we've got some zebras in the front there. We've got some impalas in the back. And if I pan to the left-hand side for you, you'll see we've got some wildebeest coming into frame. There's some blesbok there as well. Yeah, so a whole multitude of game. Ben, that's a good question. Most animals will seek shelter, 100%. You know, obviously rain is inevitable coming into our summer season. For most of South Africa, we get our rain in the summer. There's only certain areas in the Western Cape that will get it in winter. But as a general rule of thumb for most animals, they will seek shelter when it rains. You know, maybe if it's something like a very light drizzle, they might not. Something like an elephant, I've seen quite a few times, that they'll kind of just keep feeding and doing their things if it's a light drizzle. But if it's really starting to rain hard, a lot of animals will start to seek some shelter. Now you can see all those impalas coming through there, and the thickets just behind them. It's kind of it's a 50-50, you know. Obviously you stay in the open, you can see further around, but you will get wet. Whereas if you go into the thickets, you might stay drier, but you could be ambushed. So it's, you know, it's touch and go. But that's a good question. Thanks, Ben. Yeah, remember this, this is an interactive safari, so questions like that are perfect. We encourage as many as possible. I'd be happy to answer as many as you can muster up. What a beautiful scene. Yeah, so generally when it does rain, like we said, everyone's kind of taking shelter, and it's so nice to see everybody out and about doing their thing. You know, just like that. Everyone just, you know, comes alive. Everyone's moving, looking for food. Makes me think there's a song by Johnny Clegg. I Bless the Rains Down in Africa. I feel like that would be a good background beat to a scene like this. Very apt. I think those are lyrics within the song, not the title of the song. Just if anyone's double checking. Yeah, and obviously with the rain that we've had, if there was any dust in the air, that would have cleaned the dust out of the air. You know, obviously with hard rains, that could wash away the scent of any type of territorial markings from any animals. You know, whether it's a wildebeest bull or any type of predator or anything like that. Because obviously those rains are going to remove that scent. So now they've those bulls, those territorial males, they'll have to move around their territory again. Re-scent mark. Let everybody know, hey, I'm still around. I survived everything. This is still my spot. Maybe later on today we might get to see that. Catherine, in terms of the effects of rainfall, you know, the prey species definitely can't hear as well if it's a big storm. You know, there could be thunder in the background and lightning. Obviously, the sound of the rain hitting the ground, they might not be able to hear as well. Generally, what you see is them starting to bunch together. You can see the impalas here are quite spread out. We've already seen some moving to the right out of the frame. You know, they're not so worried now, but if it was raining, we would generally see them bunching up together. Yeah, it's such a good question. And sometimes if it is a really hard rain, consistent rain that's coming from one direction, sometimes they might kind of just stand there, you know, the impalas with their back towards the rain, you know, so it's not hitting them in the face. And quite often, the predators take advantage of that. They know that, you know, there aren't lots of different directions that the impala might be looking, and they might be less wary. But I mean, as for now, you can see everybody's quite happy. Moving around, getting their breakfast in. Going to move even more to the left here. We've got another species of antelope. It's a male nyala. Everybody's out and about now. And just like some of our territorial animals, letting everyone still know they're around and about in terms of their scent marking and things like that. The birds are also going to have to do their thing. So their way of doing that is obviously by calling. So we should start to hear plenty of birds starting to call. Finding a nice high-rise point and let that call move, let it travel, let it cover some distance.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week, our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind the scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox with love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
A beautiful scene with those two zebras on the left grooming themselves there. Let me take you in slightly closer. Yeah, so obviously grooming like that, that's going to help to just take off any little parasites or anything like that. Remove any dirt, especially after the rain. Reinforce the bond between those individuals. You can see that zebra all the way on the right hand side. He doesn't have his tail. So that's going to be the stallion, that's going to be the dominant male there. quite a common thing relatively common thing to see the males without a tail like that. And the rest of these zebras on the left-hand side, this is his harem. And look at those two in the center swishing their tails. Shame on that guy wiggling his little stump. He is missing out. Good fly swatter, that tail. Interesting how those two in the center, their tails are going flat out. You look at those three on the left hand side, and mostly they're not flicking the tail too much. Jade, the tail of that male zebra there would have been bitten off by another male zebra during a fight. Probably another one, let's call him the rival, if he was challenging this one. Or vice versa, however we want to call it. This chap's tail would have been bitten off by another male. Zebra have got what we call a wolf tooth. It's got a specialized sharp little tooth. And how shame it would have been bitten off. That tail's obviously not going to grow back. You know, you look at certain species of lizards and things like that. You know, they can regenerate their tail, but not for the zebras. Oh, and you can really see now that we've zoomed in a bit closer how dirty a lot of them are. Look at that one front left hand side. Look how dirty it is under its stomach there. Hey, our boy is not camera shy. Nothing too serious there. Debbie, 100% grooming definitely encourages bonding. You know, it could be between a mother and her youngster, her foal. It could be between a male and a female. It definitely strengthens that bond. You know, you look at a sort of a cooperative hunter. You look at a lion or a wild dog or something like that. Before the group goes out hunting, let's just take lions for an example. You would see lionesses grooming each other. You know, usually before lions go to sleep, they'll be clean. So let's say those lions have just woken up. They're not really cleaning each other at that point in time specifically for hygiene. Yes, it does help in that instance, but they're more doing it in that specific time to strengthen those bonds, because if they are hunting, they need to be a cohesive unit. They need to work together. So definitely throughout all the species that we see, grooming's definitely going to strengthen those bonds. You can see our male back right there. He's a lot dirtier than the rest of them. And it's interesting watching them feeding like this, huh? How they kind of feed a little bit, then take a few steps forward, get to the next patch of grass, keep feeding, moving away. You know, it's not like they're staying in one specific spot and just absolutely flattening the grass. It's good. It's good. These zebras are doing the environment a favor here. You know, it's not like they're moving fast, but it's a gradual pace. While these zebras do some rotational feeding, let's take you across to Andrew and see what he's found.
Okay, so we thought we would just pop in here at the jackal den site, hoping they would be here, and we were definitely surprised by all of them coming out here to warm up. And these jackals are very, very special. As we just pulled the vehicle here and switched off, they came out immediately, so they've gotten really used to us being here, which is lovely. There we go, just sitting down and relaxing. And Morgan actually made the statement this morning that he's noticed that every time he's come to the den sites over here, noticing that their saddleback is becoming more and more blacker. So each and every day that passes, they are really taking on the colors and the form of an adult jackal, slowly but surely. Oh, just looking at a butterfly there. Looks like a brown-veined white just flew past. Okay, thank you very much. That's kind of you to say. And I will have to agree with you. It's also one of my favorite sightings to come along here. And myself and Morgan, when we go to sleep at night, we often think to ourselves, okay, so what's the plan of action for the morning? And then as soon as we wake up in the morning, the first thing that comes to the list is, we've got to see the jackal pups. That's a very special thing to watch. It really, really is. And I'm just so glad that we can get all of you involved in this as well. But as you know, yesterday was quite windy weather, and towards the end of the night, sort of around 8 o'clock, there was just a little bit of rain. So yeah, the jackal pups, they didn't really have too much activity yesterday. They were nice and warm inside the den and the mound. And today, with the bit of warm weather, it can be expected that they were going to come out and really enjoy the sun. They are terribly cute. And they look so similar. And to identify each individual here, you're going to have to more look at the behavioral side of things. Now, one of these jackals in this group over here is very curious. I've noticed that there's one that is very, very curious. It's one of the two that are on the mound at the moment. And that in itself can be used as identification purposes.
The one that when you got here.
Yes. The one with the head flat, okay. With its eyes closed? Okay, so the one with its eyes closed, with its head on its paws, that's the one that came out to greet us first. And I do see a little bit of a spot on the ear there. Maybe we can use that to identify this one in the future. Look at this one's face. Eyes wide open. And just looking at this one that's on the mound now, I can see the stomach is full again. So every time I've come here, the stomach is full. So good job to Mom and Dad, doing a fantastic job. And the more they feed them, the more they're going to grow. Oopsie, a little bit clumsy there. Ah, so nice to see the little mini footprints. The little feet. So just a few days ago, there were the termites that were elating. So those are those flying termites, what we call flying ants. And it's been, the conditions have been quite perfect even today for elates to come out again. And jackals, they've been known to really enjoy those flying ants. And we've had a few sightings of jackals jumping in the air trying to catch them. And you'd be surprised actually how high they can jump trying to catch the elates. Oh, look at that. That's cool. Little twig in the mouth. There we go, just beginning to play and socialize a little bit. On the ground?
No, I'm just there's a pole in the way. We'll
Ah.
just wait until they come back into view.
No problem. So these jackals do like to play games with us every now and then, and they seem to like to stand behind the pole. Oh, look at that. Immediate response. What is going on? What is that? There's one of the adults just around the bush there. And the young one just ran to it. And they've gone behind the bush now. Let's see what this one's going to do. Maybe it's also going to run off there to socialize with one of the adults, which we can't see at this present moment. And there it goes. Doink, 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 doink. Bye-bye. And gone. It's just amazing how quickly they respond to the sight or the sound of the adults arriving. Oh, there's still one more. I can just see some ears over here. It looks like it's also going to take off. So, yeah, just behind this bush. No, I can't see it anymore. Okay, let's just see what's going to happen. I can hear the nedikis going absolutely crazy in there. A small testicular bird called a nediki. I'm not sure if you can hear that. Okay, another one. There we go. Just shaking its tail. And slowly melting off into that thicket. Look at that quick disappearance. Yeah, it's gone now. Well, they might come out again. That's one thing nature teaches you is patience. Carol, hello. It's a cuteness overload. It really, really is. Hey, sure. You know, when myself and Morgan come into the sighting and we see them, you can't help but show all your teeth because we are smiling from ear to ear. So you are quite right. The effect these young jackal pups have on the two of us is really amazing. Okay, we'll just give it some time. Okay, we're going to wait for things to spice up a little bit more in the meanwhile. I think let's go to Alex back at Ukukuyo.
Thanks, Andrew. And yeah, it kind of has spiced up a little bit here, but I'm sure those jackal pups will come back out for you guys as well down there in Amakhala. And we really have had a springbok-filled morning so far here. Kind of doesn't seem to stop. Lots and lots of them. Many gemsbok around too, so it really has been a very action-packed filled morning and kind of hasn't died down at all, really. So great just enjoying the scenes and the number of springbok that are actually with us, because as I was alluding to, there really are so many of them and they have spent the majority of the morning with us. Just about every bit of real estate around the dam is taken up with the springbok currently. So quite cool to see. Great to see them in numbers like this as well. It's almost hard to keep your eyes fixed in one area because they do just mill about like this, in and out of frame consistently. It's almost like the crescendo has been hit, the peak of. But very, very cool to see, and it's amazing how it changes every day. We do get different things happening at different times throughout the day. So really cool with all these springbok right now, and I'm going to take us in, enjoy some of them and the gemsbok. Let's take a moment to appreciate the dam and the life around the dam.
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, we see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
So I always think it's special when we do sit here at the dams just to make sure that we are picking up on what bird sounds are around, and the sound of the mourning dove, as well as those crows being the ones that are really hanging about at the moment. That mourning dove really is such a special sound. Much like the sandgrouse we had earlier on, but it's quite a relaxing and soothing call to listen to. Sometimes bird calls can obviously be quite raucous. I'm sure the Cape Crow is probably one of those, but a very relaxing mourning dove sound is really quite pleasant on the ear. It really seems like these Gemsbok are taking full advantage of the waterhole. I'm sure also to some degree by wading in this deep, that is a method of cooling themselves down and regulating their body temperatures as well. Obviously highly adapted antelope as well though anyway, but I'm sure they haven't missed a beat, and that is definitely something that they are doing. So once again, I am just coming out again to see if there isn't anyone else deciding to congregate and perhaps thinking of joining us here at the dam right now. It does seem that it's the Gemsbok and Springbok time to shine. A couple of zebras starting to form off in the back there. So I'm waiting to see if these zebra do decide to come on down. Sometimes they do take different routes down to the water as well, something that I have noticed. I'm sure if they do come, it will be on the right hand side. It looks like we are going to get the zebra approaching us now too, so really quite cool. But yes, as always, please do remind ourselves that it is an interactive and immersive experience. This is also your journey into the African wilderness and your safari with us, so please do send through any questions, points of interest, topics you'd like to chat about. We love to interact with you guys, love to answer your questions, and we thoroughly enjoy questions that you do ask as well. They're generally very in-depth and they do keep us on our toes. So please do send those through. Lots of European beaters right now. Really quite cool what is going on at the moment. There's lots going on here. Really, we haven't had any respite. All this action here the whole morning. Really one of the more pleasant sounds when the migratory birds do come through. Those European beaters are really something else. I really do enjoy hearing them. Definitely a sign that summer is just around the corner. Flam, no, this is a pumped waterhole. So where the springbok are drinking right now, and I'll actually come out so that you guys can see this. You can see where the pump is, and this is what does supply the waterhole. This does mean that there's water here year-round. So where these springbok are here, at the left of us, that is where the pump is located and where the fresh water then is supplied into the dam. So it's generally the springbok and the elephant that I've noted are the only ones that have kind of figured it out, or that is where the fresh water is. And you generally only see the springbok and the elephant here drinking from that freshwater source. As well as obviously we do get the sandgrouse that we're around as well, and they do also congregate here. But interesting to note. It's always quite cool to see, or to have at least 3 different species with us at one point. So obviously our gemsbok, springbok and the zebra that are with us at the moment. But we've really been quite fortunate. Lots of different animals around. So I do just need to get your name again there. It was a bit unclear. Brandslang. So there are a number of different birds of prey that are around here. At the waterhole, at least, we have seen the tawny eagle quite recently. There's also bateliers, so the short-tailed snake eagles that are around in the area as well. Some of the vultures here cleaning too. There are also martial eagles around, different falcons, goshawks. It really does depend on the day, but tawnies are definitely what we've seen the most here, at least while I've been here. So hard to say which is the most prevalent around this waterhole itself, but at least tawny eagles have been the eagle that we've seen the most, at least while I've been looking here. So lovely to have this nice herd of wildebeest join us as well. Also just keeping our numbers up at 3 species at the waterhole at a time. It was always something whenever I am out, is whenever we do get sightings of 3+ species or 1 or more species at a sighting, it generally is cause for a bit of jubilation. So very cool to be able to sit here at the dams and have all the different species come through to us. And the wildebeest don't tend to hang around long here. They do kind of come down, get a quick drink, and then mission on again. So it's generally the springbok, the zebra, the gemsbok that are around for extended periods of time. Of course, the elephant. They do enjoy swimming, and we did have them swimming here the other day as well. So that was also quite fantastic to watch. Black rhino every now and then do also spend quite a bit of time. It just seems like the springbok numbers are not abating. It's just a constant influx of springbok around today. So very, very cool to see. So we currently have 4 species around at the moment. Our gemsbok that are basically in the bullseye of the dam, if you want to call it that, right in the center, and just lots of springbok that have been with us pretty much throughout the course of the morning. Really pleasant scenes. So it does seem like we are getting more and more springbok through here as the day gets longer. It's really quite pleasant to see. It's not every day that they do all turn up like this. So really fantastic. So really fantastic watching all this milling about and that. But I'm going to come in closer. Try and keep an eye on our gemsbok as well as some of the springbok that are milling around. It looks like our gemsbok have pushed off. Again, I'm going to zoom out, see who else might be starting to form in some numbers. But otherwise, we'll enjoy some more time with the springbok. We've got a lone wildebeest here. Looks like some more wildebeest to the side, although probably the ones that did come through just now. Maybe time to just enjoy our springbok while we have so many of them here. So it's fantastic having all of these springbok around and milling about in the numbers that they have been today. But it is also time for us to see what Nick has in Kariega. So we're off to join him.
You can see we've got a beautiful male ostrich here. What a lovely spot he's in. All those flowers surrounding him there. You know, obviously, like we talked about with the rains that we've had, everybody took a bit of refuge. Obviously, with an ostrich being a pretty good sized bird, he needs to feed. So that's exactly what he's doing there. Just poking his head up, taking a scan around, seeing what's happening in the surroundings. A little bit of preening. And you can see when he's walking around there like that, he's walking with his head very close to the ground. Remember, he's a herbivore, he's basically looking for things on the ground, their leaves and roots. He'll even eat some seeds and things like that. So he's going to move around with his head quite close to the ground. You can just see him picking things constantly there. He's not in a rush. Just taking it easy. And you can see in the frame, it's the sun's, it's not quite out, but I mean it's definitely a lot lighter now than it was 2 hours ago or so. Just constantly pecking away there. And you can see he's got his beautiful breeding plumage on as well. He's obviously, being a male, he's got those nice darker colors. Females don't. And when he lifts his head up again, have a look at his face. Have a look and see those pinkish colors he's got by his face there. And if he had to turn around and face us, shins, I'm sure his shins are also going to be very pinkish. Basically showing us that he's in his breeding plumage. So nice to see him just doing his thing. CJ, in terms of ostrich species, well, obviously in Africa we've got just the ostrich. In terms of there's obviously different families and things like that, but in Africa I know of just one. But I guess if you take a look at maybe like Australia will have the emu, which looks pretty similar to an ostrich, but I mean there are definitely a few differences. I'd probably say that size would be the biggest difference between an emu and an ostrich. So the male ostriches will be bigger than the females, with males weighing probably close to, I'd say, 130 kilos, maybe 130 kilos or so. Whereas with the emus, It's actually the other way around. The female is larger than the male, and emus are probably going to be, if I had to take a guess, maybe 65 kilos, somewhere around there. Then I guess you also get your cassowary. But here in Africa, we're just dealing with the ostrich. Now, so obviously with it being, breeding season with him and his breeding plumage, he's quite concerned with trying to find as many different females as he can. Remember, the male ostrich is polygamous. He's going to mate with as many different females as he can. That's the name of the game. He's wanting to pass on his bloodline. But at the same time, ostriches are big birds, massive birds. He needs to eat a lot during the day, so he needs to constantly feed. Now you can see that beautiful colored beak there. And I'm zoomed in quite far here, but when he keeps walking, take a look at his feet. He's got strange looking legs and feet. It makes me chuckle every time I see it. So I know that there are some grasses and flowers and things in the foreground there, which is making it a little bit harder. To see his actual feet. Look at those beautiful white tipped feathers he's got there to the tip of his wings. And such a nice contrast to the dark feathers that he's got. Remember, he would use those white tipped wingtips there as a visual communication. It's in stark contrast to those black feathers, so he would flaunt those white feathers around and show that to the ladies, see if it'll impress them. Do a little bit of a song and a dance at the same time. I'll tell you one thing, he's definitely making me work with the panning here. Now look at that little patch of sunlight coming out now. Look how those yellow flowers are just popping up. So vibrant. Quinton, that's a very good question. In terms of protection of the eggs, that's kind of like opening Pandora's box here. It's such an interesting one with ostrich. So, ostrich, they lay their eggs on the ground And you look at most bird species that do that, and the eggs are camouflaged. They're cryptically camouflaged with the ground to keep them concealed. But you look at ostrich eggs and they're like a creamyish color. So the protection of the eggs basically comes down to the parents. The parents will protect the eggs. Often in the daytime, most usually the female would incubate the eggs. Just sit right on top of them, and if something had to come past, wouldn't be able to see the eggs because mom's sitting there, and at night time, vice versa, the male would be sitting down on the eggs. So in terms of some potential threats to the eggs, you look at jackals, you look at things like hyena. They would all be potential threats. So the parents would protect the eggs. Now remember, for ostrich, they've got a very sharp claw, and I reckon they've got a mean peck on them as well. If they wanted to protect something like their eggs, they could use that claw. They can also run really fast.
What is your role at Eco Trading? Tell us more.
I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, just connecting.
Yeah, so obviously those are just two very different strategies in terms of protection of eggs and things like that. Camouflage versus more of like a parental care type of strategy. But that's a really good question. Really, really good question. Can kind of just slowly start to see that reddish, pinkish, probably more pinkish color on his shins there that we were talking about earlier. Just a constant feeding session. So you can kind of see our depth of field here, how right at the back there, the top of the frame, how that's completely out of focus. We've got it just on him. That's what we want. You can see the wind ruffling his feathers a bit there. So their color definitely changes as they get older, 100%, yeah. So we've just touched on the coloration of the egg not really being camouflaged with its environment, but it's the opposite when the little chicks hatch, when the little ones make their appearance into the world. So they're pretty much like a rusty type of color. They've got some stripes and things like that on the forehead, very, very camouflaged little things with their environment. And when they're young, yeah, definitely not the coloration of either a mature female or male. They kind of develop into that plumage as they get older. Yeah, young ostrich, they're actually quite a funky type of color. They've got such a nice sort of pattern, you know, to try and keep them camouflaged with the environment. It's hard to describe it actually. You should Google it. I mean, that's going to be your best bet there. But yeah, it's a very cool looking little thing. That's it, boy. Shake the feathers out, or not. Giving us a little bit of something else there. Sheesh. The full Monty. Luckily the wind was blowing from him to us. He planned that. Planned it in advance. Hygienic chap. So I've had a funny run-in with with ostrich before. So I was guiding in a different reserve, and in that reserve, when they call animals on the radio, they use the local language, which is Shangaan. And on the radio, I left the lodge in the afternoon, and the guy said, we found an incha, of which I had no idea what it was. I just started working at the spot. So I thought I'd cruise off, do my own thing, and everybody was wanting to go and see this incha. One of my friends radioed me on a private channel, not on the main one, and said, "Are you going to the incha? Are you going to go see this thing?" So I said, "No, I'm not." They said, No, you must go." So I said, "Listen, won't you tell me, what is this incha?" They said to me, "No, it's a volstruis, which is an Afrikaans word." And at school, I didn't do Afrikaans. I did Zulu. I decided to do Zulu for matric, for grade 12. So my Afrikaans is poor on the best of days. And anyways, my friend went off the channel, and I couldn't find anyone else to give me a hand. And in Zulu, an inja is a dog. So incha is INTSHA, and an inja is IZINJA. So I turned around to my guests and I said, "Guys, they found something so rare. I think it's wild dog. I think they found a pack of wild dog or a black rhino. Because in the specific reserve, rhinos weren't really called in on the radio. So I said, it's something so rare. It's either wild dogs or black rhino. We have to go." And it was guests that had been their first time on safari. So they said, yeah, 100%. So I said, "Okay, well, buckle up, strap up. It's going to be about 15 minutes to get there or so." So I put pedal to the metal and we sent it. Sebastian Loeb would have been proud of me. A little sneaky Ferrari safari. And we sent it over to, this area of where this incha was hanging around. And the guys would navigate to me saying, "Right, turn here, do this, go there." They said, "Yeah, switch off here. Switch off, it's going to come." And this ostrich ran across the road quickly. And the guest said, What's that? So I said, "No, it's an ostrich. That's an ostrich. Very, very cool bird. But don't stress. Those wild dogs or the black rhinos coming now. Don't stress. And then nothing ever came. And my friend radioed me and said, Did you see it?" So I said, No, where is it?" They said, "No, man, the ostrich ran in front of your car." Oh my gosh, I got it so wrong, huh? And later, after that afternoon drive, I went to my friend and I said to her, "Listen, when I asked you what this volstruis thing was and you didn't tell me," and I explained what happened. The whole lodge, for about the next week, that was like the local joke. I became like the class clown because of this whole incha story. I'll never forget it. So long story short, it's nice to actually be able to watch an ostrich knowing that it's an ostrich. I'm sure you can see in the picture, it is starting to rain once again. Yeah, just slowly doing his thing. But I must say, in terms of that ostrich story, I'm sure everyone who's been a guide has had some funny moments that have happened, some mishaps, stuff that you will never forget. You know, when it happens at the time, I feel like a little bit of a tonsil, but it's a good laugh at the end of it. You look back on stuff like that and you can only just laugh. So there is a little bit of a dip that this ostrich is starting to go into. Just going to zoom out for you here and pan all the way across to our right hand side. And you can see we've got another ostrich in the foreground. Oopsie, some eland in the background. And it looks like two Inyala right at the back there on the left hand side. So another male ostrich that we've got here. Got the same thing in mind, a little bit of feeding. I'm going to stick around and see what our ostriches get up to. Let's take you across to the Mashatu waterhole.
Thanks, Nick, and we are back with our elephant friends in Mashatu, as well as some ostrich also in the back there, and obviously keeping the theme with ostriches, it seems. But fantastic to be here. Lots of quelea still around, our chorus of quelea throughout the day. It really has been something to behold. And it looked like a lone hardy-dar as well that had flown across there. However, let's have a look and see what our ellies are up to. Enjoy a minute with them. We really had very good elephant action here in Mashatu today, so no complaints. Can one ever really complain with elephants around? I don't think so. And we'll also just notice that quite red soil and dust on them, and that's just also from the area. High iron content within the soil that is here in Mashatu. And that does mean that the ellies do look more red after they have sprayed themselves. So very different to the elephant up in Okakuyo, where we have that concrete, and the concrete allows the ellies to kind of almost turn white. So just two interesting points. And across in Djuma, where it's quite basaltic, at least where the dam is, they almost go quite black because of that. So it all comes down to the different substrate and soil that is found in the different areas as well. So the geomorphology or the geology really of an area dictating these different things. It does look like these ellies are rather relaxed though. It does seem that the majority of them are taking the opportunity to rest. quite relaxed scenes. I always love the sound of the elephant drinking. You can hear them kind of spraying or gushing that water down their throats. And it looks like a giraffe just through. Yep, definitely a giraffe coming through. But as I was saying, I do enjoy the sound of the elephant when they are drinking. That gushing sound of the water going down their throats from their trunk really is one of the cooler things to hear and listen to, specifically at night. If you ever do get to spend any time in the bush with elephants at night drinking, that sound is quite something else. But the giraffe is waiting quite patiently. That confirmed giraffe, and that takes us to 11 mammal species, at least off the dam cams today. So we are one off the normal, or average mean. But really a very productive day regardless. You're so right, Jesse. They really are something else. And just to take the time to be able to enjoy their presence, as well as watching this giraffe trying to sneak in through as well. I do think probably holding off for the elephant to kind of move on, although they are sleeping and relaxed. They do chase giraffe off of the water holes when they are around. While there is kind of this Mexican standoff going on between the giraffe and the elephant, we're just going to take the opportunity to just scan across and see what's happening on the other side. Listen to some of those stomach grumbles, water going down the throat and the rest. Kind of hard to make out though with our quelea being so noisy, but just a great change of scenery and great to hear all the different sounds of the bush. It does look like our ostrich are hanging around in the shade. They do hang around quite a bit. It's always fun to see those ostriches. And I am just trying to keep an eye and see if the crocodile hasn't decided to come out. There's lots of quelea though in this tree over here. As well as our lapwing and the hardy-dar too, but it is not miss out on the action that might happen. seems that this giraffe is very patient. I suppose taking the opportunity to browse, it does have time now. So we are going to wait for our elephant to kind of stir. It does look like they are sleeping, but it does seem that the giraffe is having to be very patient before it gets its opportunity to drink. So while we wait for this action to occur, it's time for us to head up and check in with Andrew, who's doing a spot of birding. Play out. It does seem that the elephant are slowly getting more and more active, and it does look like that siesta time is over. So I do think these last two ellies here will probably finish up a drink and slowly move to the left of us, allowing the giraffe to come through. Now, we haven't spent much time with giraffe today, so it is a scene we do want to capitalize on and make sure that we do get the most of that. So as you see, the ellies do move off. The giraffe is slowly getting more ideas, and I suppose its confidence up to come for a drink.
Amakhala, a wonderland of natural beauty. Now you can experience it for yourself at the Amakhala Safari Lodge, the perfect safari getaway where luxury meets nature seamlessly. Enjoy poolside peacefulness and exhilarating safari drives by day and fine dining with fireside coziness by night. Sign up to be an explorer and you could stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the Amakhala Safari Lodge.
So it seems like our giraffe is quite content with its browse going on at the moment. Some wildebeest and some impala joining us. It looks like there's a second giraffe as well, at least from what I can make out. Further off on the left-hand side over here, just through that thicket. So we'll just keep an eye on both of the giraffe. I am hoping they do come out and do come and have a drink. Very, very tranquil scenes. So it seems that we do have Andrew back, and we do want to send you across to Andrew with his bird, and we will keep an eye and tabs on the giraffe here in the interim.
So we've been watching the secretary bird, and we've actually just seen something pretty awesome. She had a snake in her mouth and she guzzled it down quite quickly, and it's gone in now. I don't know what snake it was. I did look with binoculars, but it was fairly difficult to tell. So as we speak, she has had a very nice meal, which is fantastic. We believe there are chicks inside here, so she could, you never know, regurgitate some of it to the chicks. And that beautiful face and the beautiful feathers on the head. And just even looking with binoculars now, you can't really make out that there's a nest there. Only when you see the twigs on top there, then you can see it. But if you were driving a vehicle past here, you would easily drive past this. And I'm sure you've heard me mention before, but you can't really comprehend how good these birds are at catching snakes. And what they do is when they're walking in the field, in the grassland, they actually stomp their feet on the ground a little bit hard to make a little bit of sounds. And as this animal's foraging and walking through the bush, just stamp the feet, and then the snakes can hear that coming, and they know what it means. They know secretary bird is on the way. And their reaction to it is to try and slither off. And that usually gives it away, and the secretary bird will go after it, and as quick as the secretary bird will kill it, will be as quick as she'll gobble it down and eat it. And they were actually thinking of changing the name of this bird a while back to a ground snake eagle, but that's not going to happen, it seems. Looks like it. So she's doing something there. Okay, it seems like she's regurgitating. Okay, I see the tail. Oh, she swallowed it again. Maureen, this is a spectacular sighting, very much so. I've seen secretary birds in the past quite a few times, but not like this morning. I've seen them going for snakes and so on, but to see it being regurgitated, this is a first for me, 100% first. You read about these things in the book, but to witness it firsthand, very special. And that is exactly what I love about this escape to nature experience, is that we can really sit with the animals and really watch all types of behavior and things that they're going to do. And this is when you're going to see things. But if you sit here for 10 minutes and hope to see something spectacular, it's not enough time. You really need to spend hours with the animal and observe. She keeps looking down. I'm pretty sure it's the chicks. I don't see any heads bobbing, so I think the nest is quite deep in the cup formation. It's quite deep. And look how that hair, or that feathers, blows in the wind like hair. Got a very sharp tip to the bill. Oh, there's a snake there. Oh my goodness. Michaela, I will get to your question now, but just have a look at what she's doing. Now she swallows it again. Michaela, the incubation period, let me just do my research on that. I don't know just yet. But keep watching and I'll get back to you now. Interesting, very, very interesting. I wonder what sort of snake that was. Is she doing it again? Not yet. And the thoughts that are going through my mind right now is, why would she regurgitate it and then swallow it again, then regurgitate it and then swallow it again? And if it's getting stuck, which is doubtful because it's a snake, it should slide out. What did you see, Morgan? With the secretary bird?
Yeah, because something she picked up looks like she's eating or something now.
Okay, Morgan. Oh, I see what you mean. Chewing on something. It looks like she's actually feeding on something in there now. I just saw a little bit of the chick there.
I can see one.
Awesome.
Two.
Two of them. Are they white?
Yeah.
This is crazy. How cool is this? My goodness. Yeah. Just seeing a little bit of movement of these youngsters in there. At least two, eh? Okay, something else you just picked up there. Michaela, I haven't forgotten about you. This is incredible. I'm just in awe right now. Okay, so she's feeding on something there. And then the chicks are quite active. What is running through my mind is it possible that they've killed something, you know, like a small little, maybe a rodent, like a big rodent or something, and she's got it in the nest there, and she's ripping it open and feeding it to the chicks? You see that? Interesting. You know, for the most part, secretary birds are quite scarce. You really have to get into habitats for them. So to see one just walking around, that's special enough as it is. But to be here with a nesting site, and we can see small little white things moving in there, the chicks. This is outstanding. I don't think we are going to move at all from this spot for the next few hours. Okay, so Michaela, okay, I'm cheating now. I've got my Google out. Okay, so clutch sizes are usually between 1 to 3 eggs, and they're totally white. They're unmarked, the eggs as well. The egg shell is green in the inside, just like that of eagles and hawks. And then it's about a 42 to 45 day incubation period. So it's like a month and a half. That's quite a long time. So they're going to be very invested in these chicks here to make sure that they do survive, because it's a long incubation period. And while they're incubating eggs, that hampers them from breeding, continuing to breed, because they already have a clutch that they're looking after. And if it's a 45-day incubation period, they're going to be very invested in these young. Wow, this bird really does stand tall. Look at that. Definitely a good poser. She is beautiful. what's interesting is the nest consists of sticks and weeds, and then it's also thickly lined with dry grass. And the size can be between 3 to 6 feet in diameter. That is ginormous. And then the nestling period, so I'm sure that means the period in which the chicks are in the nest, is between 65 and 106 days. Oh, I can hear a jackal buzzard somewhere around here. Squeak, meow. The secretary bird heard it as well. When we look at a lot of the raptors, like eagles and things, you have the siblicide that takes place. This is where the stronger chick will kill the weaker chick, and that promotes, strong genetics. But there hasn't been any recordings of that with secretary birds. Okay, what is also quite interesting is it's usually liquid. After the chick's feather, both the male and female parents collect food, prey swallowed whole or regurgitated by nesting parents onto nest floor. Okay, I think that's what we're seeing her picking up stuff. Is that adult regurgitated it on the nesting floor. Yes, these birds can live 12 years old. We've lost power in the NCA. Chulu, how was that sighting, eh? All you guys in MC, did you enjoy that? We are loving it, eh? This is so cool. So cool, man. Yeah, I hope you guys are loving it too. I wish you could be here with us. This is unbelievable. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but this is a lekker sighting. You got that, Chulu? Yo, what is that now? Can you hear us okay there, Chulu? Okay, copy. Copy, copy. Okay, just been doing some reading up on the secretary bird. I mean, there's so much about secretary birds, can't possibly know everything. But what is interesting is that what I've read up now is when they're feeding their chicks, often an adult will go off, and we saw this earlier on where one of the adults flew back in the nest and then flew off again. And what we think has actually happened is that adult had caught stuff and regurgitated it onto the floor of the nest, which has been recorded. And then now this adult that we're seeing now, I'm not sure if it's the male or the female one, but it is busy trying to feed those chicks. And every now and then we're hearing these sort of grunting sounds, and it's those chicks sort of demanding the meal. And we've seen at least 2 different snakes up here in the period we've been here, and something very fluffy. So we think it could be maybe a young scrub hare or something like that. But being predators, they're going to be opportunistic. So if there's, opportunities out there, they will take every opportunity they can get. And hence the reason why we think that there's quite a few different meal options being passed around here. These birds only live to about 12 years old. So it's going to be important that they breed as soon as they can. Riley, I'm glad you're enjoying this. No, we're enjoying this as well. We are having such a ball here, just watching this. And you know what I love about this industry and nature is that from the moment you start in the industry until you one day reach your maturity and retire as a guide or as a naturalist, you can't know everything. It's impossible. And so I've learned quite a few things this morning, and that's the name of the game. Is to learn. We want to learn from nature. Okay, she looks like she's taking a seat now. A little bit of shuffling happening there, maybe just making room. She's still trying to feed there. And at this present moment, I wish I was a little blue wax bull or something, or a nediki, and I could just fly to the top of the nest and sit on a branch and see what is going on. What are you doing? I want to see. Weezer, yes, I'm going to tell Morgan now. Morgan, they're saying excellent camera work. You are doing a great job. And Morgan says, thank you. Now, there's so many different aspects that need to be in play for escape to nature or the experience on the sunrise, sunset safari to take place. One is you need to have animals. 2, you're going to need a naturalist. And then 3, and in my opinion is the most important part, is also the cameraman, so that you get good images and visuals and all of that. And Morgan is very experienced at what he does. And it's just a privilege to be out here with him. So thank you, Weezer. Oh, this is unbelievable. So I'm just wondering if Alex on the dam cameras has ever witnessed anything like this, and what his best secretary bird sighting has been. So I will definitely be sure to contact Ralph at the end of the day and let him know what we've seen, because I know he spent quite a few times here. Just gonna get my binoculars out. Yeah, I see there. Small white patch. Very, very active right now. It's perfect. Those feathers on the breast. Looks quite warm, eh? Fluffy. Hyena cub. Hello, hello. So they're actually usually they use acacia trees. In acacia trees you do get big acacia trees, and they do and have been known to grow quite big, but they prefer the short shrub-like acacias. And I think, oh man, what is that? Ah, I see the flesh in the mouth there now and a bit of fur that dropped down. What I think is the reason why they're using the short acacia trees is because they are operating in the grassland, open area where the majority of the environment is grasses and shrubs and dwarf shrubs and things like that. And often enough, you know, if there are any big trees within that area, they're going to get targeted by elephants. And so generally in the grassland areas you do find that the what could be big trees are much smaller, and I think that's the reason. It's just got to do with the habitat that they're in. But also the shrub-like Vachellias or old name acacias are good protection for them. It's covered in thorns, whether it be long straight thorns or little hook thorns, and that is protection in itself. So when you think of houses, we've got barbed wire fencing around it to protect the house. I think that's very much got to do with it. And the nest is very big. And each year they return back to the same nesting site, and by returning every year, They're going to add more and more vegetation just to make it a bit more stronger and so on. And with time, that nest becomes very heavy. It wouldn't surprise me if they become in established nesting sites that are, been used for a very long time, if those nesting sites weigh a few 100 kilograms. And with that, they're going to need a very sturdy base of support. And this is where I think the smaller bushy-like trees fill that niche. Oh, I see a mouse. Oh my goodness, that was a full-on mouse you just swallowed. There's even a bit of blood on the tip of her beak. Darcy, always nice to hear from you. Good morning. The depth of the nest. I'm going to be guessing if I had to answer it now, but based on what I've seen this morning, this particular nest that we're looking at, I think it is... How much do you think, Morgan? Like the depth of the nest, like that much?
About as deep as she is her body.
Okay.
She's pretty flat at the top.
Yes, okay. So you see, that's a good point. So you see how she's sitting down now, and then when she was standing, we could see her full body size. So I think it is as deep as sort of her body size from what we've seen this morning. It can't be too deep, otherwise it's going to be quite difficult for them to sit in there. But deep enough to accommodate all of them, because both male and female and the chicks will sleep in this nest at night. So there has to be a bit of room. Yeah, this one is very, very busy this morning.
Well, sadly, we did lose Andrew there, but they will be back. That wonderful sighting of the secretary bird on the nest really is something else. But we are back here in Okukuyo, and we are currently waiting on some of those zebra to come and join us. Quite a bit going on here again, and it seems that the numbers of the springbok kind of have cooled down a little bit, but we will wait and see how that all pans out. And as I said, it does look like a decent number of zebra waiting to get down to the water's edge and also quench that thirst of theirs. So really quite a special sighting as well, because you do just get to sit and watch that approach. And there always is a different approach, so it's quite something to watch. And then obviously once they do get you in good numbers, get in closer and have a look. So it does seem like it might take a little bit of time, but fortunately for us, time is something we do have, and at least we do have visual of them as well. So not a bad thing at all. It does seem that they're slowly getting their confidence up to get down to the water's edge. But really quite impressive to see how many springbok have been around here today. So always interesting seeing what goes on and how the dynamics day to day change, and that's a given across all of our waterholes, so it's quite special. So just getting back to our secretary bird sighting. Really, really fantastic to be able to see that. And I fortunately, or unfortunately, have not been able to see that just yet, as Andrew was asking me what was my best secretary bird sighting. And unfortunately, I haven't seen something as spectacular with what they've just seen. Also with the different species of snake, as well as little mice and that as well. So that is quite a special sighting indeed. I have been fortunate enough to see secretary birds hunting, and more than once, so that is also fantastic as well. It really is something quite cool to see them when they do walk through the bush and they do stamp their feet like that. So that for me has been, I suppose, my better secretary bird sightings at least. I've also been unfortunate enough to have seen one or two fly into power lines, and that isn't special at all, because they do actually kill themselves quite often when they do that, or injure themselves quite badly as well. So unfortunately, I have seen that too, but best would definitely when secretary birds have been hunting. But yes, hopefully one day I'll also get to see them live and on nest. It does look like something that a lot of people would need to tick off their bucket list. So very, very cool sighting indeed. Very special. It looks like our zebra are slowly getting down to it. They kind of mill around for some time and then decide, all right, cool, it is time for us to get to that water's edge. And as they do get a bit closer here, we will obviously get a better look. Always good just to see how they congregate and how the numbers build up, and then they do get that approach on the way down. So it's always quite fascinating watching the different paths that the different herds or harems take on their way in. Some go a little bit left, some come a bit right. It always seems that there is kind of one leader that gets down first, and then that kind of kickstarts the rest of the party from there. I think now that the first zebra is drinking, we are going to see them kind of, they almost form like a little semicircle, and then they do get quite deep as well. So it'll be interesting to see how this harem works, and if that is indeed how they go about their drink today. I'm going to come a little bit left. Hi Tyler, that's a very interesting question. So zebra, obviously within those harems, there are stallions, and the stallions will fight for dominance and for mating rights. And those harems can be a lot smaller than what they are right now, and obviously they can get quite a bit bigger too, where they do migrate in certain areas of Botswana, as well as up into the Masai Serengeti areas as well, and also in that area of Zambia near Kafue as well. So it is stallions, and the stallions will determine who are the most dominant, biggest, strongest, most virile, and from there they kind of set out who is the leader of the harem. And they can be rather vicious, they do bite and kick. So the stallions can get into some hefty blows as well. Also known to take out the foals of others as well, to kind of ensure that it's their bloodline that is coming through in the harem once they do take over. It does look like one or two of them are also rather heavily pregnant too. Zebra do also always kind of do look bloated anyway, because they are hindgut fermenters. However, a lot of them do look rather pregnant at the moment, and it is leading up to a time where we do see more births, or their birth rate does increase. They can give birth throughout the year, but there is a peak with regards to the summer months as well, and that has obviously got to do with more rain, better vegetation, good ground cover, and obviously a better diet. So they can give birth throughout the year, but they do obviously have a birthing peak, and we can assume that there's going to be a peak here in Etosha, as well as in the other areas we are coming to you from as well. And again, those mourning doves really are so special to listen to. And yeah, we really have had such a bountiful morning in terms of sightings here in Okakuyo. It really has been popping off, if you want to call it that. It kind of hasn't been a lull throughout the entire day. Lots of springbok around, lots of zebra, gemsbok, wildebeest and kudu that we have seen. A couple of impala around as well. But definitely dominated today by the zebra, springbok and gemsbok. Little bray going on there by the zebra too, and they do look like it's time for them to move on. At least these zebra. There are a few more that are milling around just in the distance up top there on the horizon line, and it's possible that we could get to see them down here as well in the next couple of minutes. But we will zoom out again and resume our patience with regards to who it is that is coming through and the numbers and their approach as they do kind of set up to come and have a drink. So sadly, it does look like this harem of zebra have decided to move on. They were here for some time, which is also fantastic. But as they move on, please don't forget that this is a live and immersive experience, and it is your journey into the African wilderness and safari with us. So please do send through any questions, comments, points of interest, anything funny or anything that you have found quite fascinating. We love to interact with you. We love to answer those questions. We love to give our insight where we can as well. So please do send through anything that you wish for us to note or talk about. We'll happily get back to you. It seems like one or two more zebra slowly coming through, as well as these gemsbok as well. Perhaps some kudu. We do have the black-faced impala that have come through. Sorry, I couldn't make it out correctly on my side, but definitely impala that are now here. Perhaps even time to spend a few minutes with them.
Careful, careful, careful. Oh no.
So really cool having a large number of these black-faced impala joining us. Nice to spend some time with some of the different species that we do get, and also just appreciate them as well. Quite an interesting set of horns on that ram over there, quite wide set. So just interesting to note those different characteristics that are available to us when we spend some time doing these kind of things. So, as I said, quite a wide set of horns for a ram. Very interesting to note. Definite bulges on these ewe impalas as well. Can definitely make out that we are getting towards that time of the year where it is lambing season. And it'll be interesting to note when the impala up here in Okikuyu drop their lambs and how that differs across the different locations as well. I'm going to zoom out now because it's been quite awesome spending time with the impala, but good to also just make sure we know who else is around. Maybe coming through for a drink. Possibly here already. So good for us just to come out again and then see who might have joined us as well. So it really has been quite fun here in Okikuyu, and it does seem like a lot of our friends have kind of moved off for now. And in talking about moving off, we do have some really cool action going on in Djuma. So time for a different space and different scenes. So really quite special to change up the scenery as well as the different animal species that are around. And we have some lovely elephant with us right now. And quite cool weather across in Djuma too. It was spitting a bit earlier. Lovely to have all these ellies, and they are kind of moving slowly off, getting some browsing going in any case. But good to just see some of these youngsters as well. And also just enjoy some time. So I'm hoping they do hang around for a few and they don't run off and hide in the bushes, but it does look like they're quite set on getting off into that vegetation and feeding. And clearly, obviously, with all their backs facing us. So we will just wait and see what goes on. Obviously, we'll browse a little bit around here. But let's just pay attention as to how this unfolds. Does like we sound like we have someone else around us as well. So while the Ellies just move off there quickly, we will come back and keep tabs. I do want to make sure we haven't missed out on any of our others. We actually have some right here too. So let us zoom in. And really is so cool when you do see them open their ears and pull up their trunks like that when they are young. This one's just starting to grow at the beginning of its tusks as well. Quite content to take that fresh green grass at the moment. Does sound like one or two other interesting things are around us right now, although it's probably birds. But I do want to make sure we are here on this side. We do keep a tab on who else is where, and if there is perhaps any other mammal species that might have joined the fray. So it does look like the action is across the dam or just where we were. But for anyone that might have missed anything going on in our sunrise, sunset, or even at Escape to Nature, if you've missed any of our best bits, please do be advised that you can download our app and you can get access then to those best bits that you might have missed out on. So please do head over to your app store and look at downloading that, because you will then have access to any of the best bits of content that you could have missed out on. And obviously would prefer if you do stay up to date to that. I'm sure you would too as well. So please do remember that there are best bits included and on that app. So please do head over and download it. Quite special just to spend a quiet moment with Ellies out in the open. The others obviously went off into the thicker vegetation. But it does seem that these two are quite content in grazing at the moment. So I'm sure the grass is very nice. Probably quite sweet here at the moment as well. really is so cool watching the youngsters as they feed and get about learning what life is about, or elephant life is about at least. So really, really awesome times. And I'm going to try and get a little bit closer. You can see it using front legs there, nails almost to kick up those roots. So very cool. So I do just want to have another look and see where those other ellies have probably missioned off to. Do you have that red-billed oxpecker that's flying over us and calling like that? And let us just have a look and see if the other elephant have decided to come back into the open again, or if they really have gone into the thicker bush up on the ridgeline here. And it looks like they're pushing off quite fast. You can just see those little grey dots there. And they do really move so fast. It looks like we've got a hippo for today. So now we are on 12, and that's fantastic. And maybe we will get some visual of its head. Does look like it's having quite a good siesta there itself, but it is very possible that we will get it with its head out just now. They do only spend around 5 minutes or so submerged before they'd come up for air. So let us see. Hopefully we do get that shot, but that is most definitely a hippo. Looks like we've got something else coming to join us there across the dam. Let me just have a look. Some impala walking off down the drainage line. And one of the hippo's friends, a terrapin on his back too at the moment. Couple of sunbirds in the background too. and the Birchall starlings. So nice to be able to spend some time with, I think it's Dewey, the hippo, and it's Terrapin that likes to climb all over them when they are around. So it's just great to watch different species doing all of these things. There we go. Breath of air, and then probably back to sleep again for 5 more minutes. And submerging his whole body. We've got some hornbills calling now as well. I'm going to come back out of this because it's quite windy. Just make for the nicest screen with all that shake. Let us go and see where our other elephants have got off to. Hopefully they've come closer to where we are here. So I'm just having a look to see where this elephant and a calf are, and we'll get nice and close up on them and just enjoy them having a quick feed. Really is so cute, Amber, and you can just see it also throwing its toys out the cot, telling that miner to leave it alone, that it is in its space. So very, very cool to see. Thoroughly enjoying these scenes right now. Definitely quite a playful calf at the moment, and always fun to see. So really such special scenes there with the two of them walking right past us. So just going to make sure that we follow them out. I'm sure they are going to head off to the drainage lines here on this side, into some of that thicker vegetation. So it really was quite precious having that up close sighting of the two Ellies walk past us now. But they are going to be heading off into the thicker vegetation. And when we talk about heading off, it's time for us to check in with Nick down in Kariega.
And we've got a beautiful dazzle of zebra that have come down here to Scotia Dam. You can see it looks like they're targeting the nice softer grasses that are growing right on the edge of the water. A stunning scene here. Look how nice and soft and juicy those grasses look. Oh. Get you a little bit closer here. Little dab chick swimming in the foreground, little grebe. The zebra pop out so nicely against those greener grasses from a photographic point of view. And it's nice to see these two on the left hand side. Oh, they were sort of facing us there. In terms of the position of being able to see that stripe right on the top of their back. Something you don't often get to see. So you can see the wind has picked up a little bit. You can see on the water there, the ripples on the water. So we should see every now and then the zebras will stop, look around, just like that one on the left hand side is doing, just see if it's safe. Remember, the wind is going to impact their hearing. They are down at a waterhole. They know this is a vulnerable point. So remember, in terms of the grasses that the zebras like to eat, they like to eat the more sort of intermediate length grasses, preferably. But it's quite nice to see here that, you know, some of the stuff they're pulling up looks a little longer, like that one at the back on the left there is doing. Bear in mind, the name of the game here is that there's going to be so much nutrients in those grasses there. Sure, what a beautiful scene. So you can see that zebra on the left hand side. We were talking about that earlier, that stripe all the way down the top of the ridge of the back. You can see that clearly now. Lisa, that's such a good question. If you look at these two on the left hand side, you know, this is the type of angle you'd want to be having a look at them to see pretty much the sheer girth, the sheer sort of width, that obviously the pregnant female is going to be far wider than a bloated zebra. So that's going to be the name of the game. I guess you're going to get a knack for it once you've seen a few zebras. But a pregnant zebra will be much, I don't want to call her fatter, you know, she'll be much broader than a bloated zebra. So remember, obviously in terms of stomachs and things like that, being sort of a hindgut fermenter, you know, as opposed to something like a ruminant, one of the byproducts of that is that zebras are quite gassy, you know, so that obviously that bloats them, so they're always bloated. Earlier on, just when we started this little scene here at the waterhole, when they were kind of running around and starting to kick each other a little bit, because zebras are constantly very, very bloated because of those gases, when there is any quick type of movement, any fast type of movement, you know, so whether one's kicking another one like that, or if they had to run away from something quickly, they're often passing gas as they do that, because there is so much of that free gas that's produced. But in terms of a pregnant zebra, you'd be able to see. Look at this, beautiful, starting to walk towards us here. And have a look at the difference in patterns between all the different individuals.
A battle of the ages has begun. Now one guide reigns victorious. The rest covet his crown. Now, backed by popular demand, it's Animal Bingo. It's time for a shot at redemption to become the safari king or queen. Scores will be kept on a leaderboard and the ultimate winner will be crowned on Christmas Day. Catch the chaos and contention on every Saturday Sunset Safari. Bingo Saturdays.
Like we mentioned, we have had some rain here at Kariega today, and around the waterhole I can hear lots of small little insects calling. There's a little bird called a nediki which makes a call almost similar to the sound of an insect. This one at the back here on the right hand side, he's got a real mouthful. CJ, in terms of zebras differentiating one from the other, you know, in terms of something like a mother and a foal, you know, I'm sure that's going to be an imprint. You know, to us, we look at a zebra, and we were talking about now about different markings and things. See, I'm sure zebras have got their own method. I'm sure instinct has got a lot to do with it. It would be interesting to actually do a full-on study on that. You know, I'm sure the recognition system goes far further than just things like cuts and scars and wounds and whatnot. It must be scent as well. They've got such a good sense of smell. Well, we nailed our timing in terms of being able to see these guys down at the water here. That one just lifting his head every now and then just to see what's happening. I'm sure it heard my voice. Sure, that is a stunning photograph. Just need that one at the back to maybe put his head forward. We look for a bit of symmetry. See those two at the front there, they're very symmetrical. Now, getting there, we're getting closer. And he stepped too far forward there. Bianca, 100% agree with you. Very, very peaceful sighting. Yeah, I mean, zebras are obviously beautiful creatures. For me, water is peaceful. I love the sound of running water. Obviously can't hear too much flowing water here, but anything in and around water, I love it. There we go. Let's go a little bit tighter again for our potential shot. Wrong way. Alright, see, look at that ear position of that one on the right there. I mean, the likelihood of us getting all three of them, you know, lifting their heads and pointing all of their ears forward like that is quite low. But if you could get something like that in a photograph, that's the type of detail that you want. Yeah, looks like everybody's moving off. There we go. Yeah, what a lovely scene down here at Scotia Dam. You can see right at the back there we've got some impala. There is an ostrich. Not going to get much better than that. So in terms of capturing a good photo, you know, there's a whole lot of different things that you've got to take into consideration. Light's obviously going to be a big one. You know, you need to try and portray a story in your picture. And obviously when we had those zebras at the waterhole drinking, that's what you're trying to portray there, you know. And, you know, small things like the ears looking at you, you know, and having a nice clean picture, you know, something that flows on with the eye, you know. Those zebras, when they were drinking, they just popped from those lush green grasses. It depends really on the situation. You need to look at each situation. You know, if you're looking to maybe capture like a nice portrait, a nice close-up of a zebra, you want to just have one zebra face looking at you. You know, you don't want to have another one's ear just poking through the side of the photo. Whereas if you're going for a more sort of creative sort of aspect, maybe like a mix match of lots of different stripes, you maybe want to have a herd of sort of 8 or 10 of them standing very closely together, and you're not really looking to go for that close-in sort of portrait shot. You're going for sort of the camouflage and the stripes. You know, and the textures and tones that brings with it. You know, I'm sure a lot of you have heard of the rule of thirds. Everybody loves to chat about that one. It's quite a good one, quite an important one, you know. It's always easy to put your subject slap bang in the middle of the frame. It is sometimes nice just to put it to the side. You know, maybe if one of those zebras was just by himself, he had his ears up and he was standing tall, you know, chest up. Standing all the way tall, standing up. And he was gazing across maybe at another zebra approaching the waterhole. Let's say he was looking to the left-hand side. You'd maybe place him slightly more on the right-hand third of your shot and give him some space to look into. You can see at the top of the frame we've still got some clouds here on Kariega. I think this will be the weather for most of the day, I'd say. Let me try and see if I can pan across here and if we could potentially get a little view of our little grebe on the nest. So obviously with the overcast conditions that we've got today, we don't have all too much sunlight to play with here. So it's not too easy to see, but they're just in the center of the frame. You can see one of the parents sitting on the nest there. And the wind causing those ripples on the surface of the water. Now the zebras have moved off, just a few birds here and there around the waterhole. Let's take you across to Alex and see what's at the Okukuyo waterhole.
Thanks, Nick. And not too much going on at the moment. We do have those acacia-pied barbets calling, as well as our mourning doves as well, but really not too much action at the moment. It's one of those times of the day where patience does pay off, and it really can hot up quite quickly. So not to despair, we will just have to hold on and make sure that we have given ourselves the best opportunity to watch or see anything else come through. Still great to have some springbok though that are with us, and we really have had so many springbok here throughout the course of the day. So no complaints with regards to that. But otherwise, just one of those quiet moments. Sometimes good to just appreciate what is going on, what are the other sounds, little birds that are around. Take in the surroundings. It does seem like we've got some Gemsbok coming through. And we obviously will just keep an eye on and a tab as to what is happening just all around us. Clearly very open and sparse to the left of us. You can see why it is so easy for these animals to congregate and then come through and join us, literally in split seconds. So I'm just going to make sure that if there is anything approaching, we haven't missed out. Really doesn't seem like there's much, so perhaps there will be those Gemsbok coming through. Otherwise, I'm sure through the tree line there's a fair amount going on there as well. I'm sure quite a bit thinking of coming through. Otherwise, we will just take the opportunity to perhaps do some birding. Also just enjoy the scenery. So it does look like some clouds eventually building up here as well, which is quite fantastic. Could make for an awesome evening here. But really cool to see those beginnings of Cumulonimbus, a cirrus starting to build here. We've got some sandgrasses returning as well. But we will get a closer look at our Gemsbok friends as they get to the water. Always fascinating watch as the different animals come through. How they each go about approaching the water and then obviously getting in to have a drink too. So it seems that these two gemsbok are quite cautious at the moment. And pure speculation as to why that may be the case. However, just interesting watching how they go and how they go about life here. Lovely hoopoe calling as well in the background. And sometimes when it is like this, it's a very good idea to keep your ears kind of primed for any bird life that is around. It's really quite special. So I keep on getting the run around by these gemsbok at the moment. I'm just trying to get out and just put us out and find out where they are. Seems like they're quite happy to go quite deep into the water as well. So initially quite hesitant. And now giving us the proper slip. So I'm going to try and locate them quickly. And there we go. Quite cool. Definitely enjoying some cooler climbs with being in the water like this. It does look like we are heading out. It's really quite fascinating to watch them go into the water like that, the gemsbok at least, because they do definitely do it the most around here as well. But for everyone, I'm sure you are aware, today is Halloween, and we have had a busy weekend with regards to our spooky safaris. So for those of you that are around later and will be tuning into the Sunset Safari, we will be continuing on with this theme, and it's our last day of spooky safaris, where we focus on all the creepy crawlies in the bush, and definitely very interesting because this is kind of the right time of year to really start getting into those kind of things. Focusing on all the little creepy crawlies out there in the wilderness. So please do stay tuned. Please do be prepared for that, because I'm sure there's lots of interesting things for us to find. The bush is a treasure trove of all of these things. So do stay tuned for our final spooky safari. Really lots going on here. I'm going to try and keep up with our Gemsbok. So I'm pretty busy all the time. But really quite cool to see them getting in and wading in the water like that. I do think they are going to start to head off. Looks like my assumption was wrong. We do have this one coming back towards us. It's amazing how these Gemsbok really do blend in with that concrete stone in the background. The play of light, the reflection of light off of the water surface itself as well. And then also just the substrate. So quite interesting just to see how they do blend in. So we really do have quite a chorus of crows this afternoon, and I suppose quite fitting for Halloween. Lots of crows. Definitely rather spooky sound going on right now. So fascinating, and it's also just so awesome to see how they occur in such large numbers here in Okakuyo itself. But definitely adding to the ambiance of Halloween today. You can really see them in the numbers of how many there are as they fly in and out of the frame. And really there must be something quite severe or hectic going on in the crow world, because these guys are going full tilt. I do want to come out because I'm not too sure what spooked them all like that. Definitely quite a racket. And you can actually see how many of them there are. Rather spooky indeed. I almost wish I could keep a tab on how many of them there are, but sometimes it's quite hard to ID which is who or who is who here, just at that distance. But definitely large numbers of Cape crows around. Hi Adam, so from what I can hear, it's around 1 to 3, and a lot of them seem to be contact calls. I'm not the foremost expert on crows, but that, at least from my understanding and from what I've heard right now, is around 3 different calls. They're kind of like really loud, raucous chatter that goes on. Then there's quite a slowed down version, as well as it's not as high pitched. And then when they do spook, there's a lot more raucous kind of calling that goes on with that. So I would say around 3 different calls. So I'm going to zoom in again on the other side of the dam, because it does seem like they've settled again, as well as some of the springbok too. So they did all spook when the gemsbok was here, and I just wanted to keep an eye or a tab on what might have been going on. So let's see, there's also good numbers of them there too, as well as the black-headed heron. You can make that out just on the right hand side of us as well. Let's have a look. So really quite a cool heron. Looks quite similar to the grey-headed or grey heron. Obviously black-headed, and you can see that black coloration on it as well. And there are generally 2 around here. There seems to be a pair. Nice to see this one here again today. Yes, Debbie, it really is so special, is it not? Something so different as well. So, you know, it's nice to obviously show everything that's around and all the big things, but it's also nice to appreciate what else goes on. Really, what a day packed with springbuck. They have not left us the entire day. Might have got a little quieter with everything else, but the springbuck made sure that they have commandeered the waterhole for the entire show, really. Nice to see the little dab chick as well coming through, but really quite special scenes. I am going to zoom out again and make sure we haven't missed out on anyone else, but really great to just appreciate just the sounds of nature around here on the dam. Also that nice black-headed heron as well. Let's zoom out. Perhaps something else has also decided to join us. That, again, as I have alluded to some of the times, and in particular on waterholes, it very much is a patience game, and we can't script or play Geppetto the puppet master with any wildlife. It is entirely up to them to decide when and how they will feature themselves. It does look like it's
The Explorers program brings nature lovers together and helps share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Explorers receive so many great benefits, including a chance to watch completely ad-free, luxury travel prizes, access to behind-the-scenes content, and don't forget the weekly newsletter filled with inside information. Explorer subscriptions are available in monthly, 6-monthly, and yearly. And more on our website.
So we are just sitting patiently waiting for the zebra to come join us and the springbok. And it might take a little bit of time, but they have actually moved quite fast. So I am holding out for that right now, but still lots of springbok around. The largest harem of zebra is probably around 5. So always changing what goes on at the different dams. Who is through, who decides to push through, or even just sit for ages. And today clearly was the Springboks Day. And I do think it's time for us just to enjoy some last moments with them and the black-headed heron. I do think it'll take a bit of time for those zebras to come and join us. But sadly, it is also that time of the day where we do have to start preparing to bid you goodbye. It has been a very active day. Very, very busy. And a great start to a Monday and week as well. So no complaints from this side. We did get up to around, I think it's 13 odd mammal species, at least just off the dam cam. So no complaints with that either. And again, it is Halloween and there is a spooky safari this afternoon. Or evening, so do stay tuned for that, but also do stay tuned for Penguin Beach, which will happen just now as soon as this show closes. And I'm sure the guys across there are also looking forward to bringing you a very good start to Monday in very different areas to where we are currently, but definitely a good start to Monday, no doubt. But from all of us and the wildlife included, it is time for us to sadly say goodbye and wish you a very good afternoon and Monday. Further from here, do stay tuned obviously for the shows that happen after this, and do obviously tune in again tomorrow for Escape to Nature at 8:30 Central African time. And from all of us here, cheerio, have a great and fantastic afternoon after this.